Good morning, guys. All right. Some of you may have noticed that there is no SPXW data on Gamma Strike this morning, or at least on the production side. We're getting that fixed right now. I think the exchange data came in late, so we didn't load. Yeah, but we do have it on the dev side. So some of the calculations are a little bit different, but we're going to use that data for now. For 0 DTE gamma on SPX today, um, we moved up in the overnight session out here just above kind of the peak of gamma. Um, right here is where spot is. Gamma kind of falls off to the upside of here. There's a little bit of support at 25, a little bit of support at 67.10, and then 6700. So arguably plenty of support to the downside. For Delta, not much up here. Um, right there. It'll probably be hard to hold these prices, especially with the move overnight and profit taking into the morning. So probably watch for a pullback at open, especially if we open above 67.30. If the pullback pulls below 25, it can probably pull back to 10 or 6,700 before finding any significant support. Take a look at gamma on all expirations. That's a little bit more robust to the upside. There's some interest at 40 and 50. Delta kind of still has the same problem above 25 out here on all expirations. We really probably only want to look into the end of the week, but quite slim above 30. Charm, pretty supportive at 6,700. Should stay positive throughout most of the day unless that's lost. If we go over here and look at gamma, there's a decent amount of gamma today. 4 billion with another 6 billion tomorrow. It should have some pinning effect. Delta's pretty decent into Friday as well. Actually, it's quite high, especially given it's just a weekly expiration. We do have a fairly defined peak for Gamma Max, and we have some steepening to the downside. We're opening with about 29.3 billion positive gamma. Well, positive gamma exposure for the MM. Again, pinning and pretty supportive. Falling under this like little hump here at 6,700 does start to steepen the pace at which gamma falls off, but gamma doesn't go negative till down at like 66.60. Gamma neutral did not move up as rapidly yesterday. It did move up, but just not as rapidly. However, delta neutral continues to accelerate towards spot, and Vega neutral on the weekly continues to move rather far away from spot. We did get a little bit of contraction in Gamma Max. We might be doing some out of the money call buying on the weekly contract. Total gamma exposure is up, and botness of calls, botness of the chain picked up a little bit. It's not quite positive yet. It's like negative 7.91 billion. Over here on the SPX chain, skew adjusted delta is still pretty flat, but total delta picked up, as did total gamma. We're above VN on the monthly. Yeah, quite a bit. VN on the monthly moved up like 2 basis points, so it's 66.97. If we do get a downtrend, it's very likely price action carries us back to VN. Simply because the market maker is going to want to return to convex returns. Gamma max is pretty flat. Delta neutral ticked or gamma neutral ticked up a little bit. So did delta neutral. Looks like that's already starting to sell off a little bit into market open. Pulled back to about 29. We want to see that 25 support lost at open to confirm a breakdown. Still waiting for this to load. The dev environment for this is a bit slow. Ooh, fancy. I think you have 85, 87 calls sold on Baba right now. I'm not worried about it. I got a couple weeks. Alright, maybe this isn't going to load. Okay. Got a little uptick in skew yesterday. IV 10 came down, IV 30 flat. Not too much of a change in HV 10, so we're still not seeing HV 10 move up towards 8 or 9. We definitely want to see that before there's any risk of front end vol kind of unpinning. Yeah, it's pretty static. It's a little bit of out of the money put buying. And there's a slight uptick in event vol for tomorrow, but really nothing for today. There's no data today, almost at all. We got a 46 basis point range on the SPXW, 61 over on SPX. It's just like 103, so about 51 basis point range for the day. Definitely haven't hit that yet, but I think that move would also take us above VN in the weekly. Yeah, I can't get the options macro to load on here, so may just be that Dev also doesn't have any data for that right now. Yeah, so we opened higher. It looks like we're selling off a little bit. We'll see if that loses 25 and continues down. I expect 6,700 to be fairly strong support today, which gives us a trading range between like 6,700 and 6,730. Breakout above 30, probably unlikely in the early part of the day, but if we do get it, I guess we could push out to about 45 or 50 with the longer dated gamma. But I would say more likely trade in the lower range for most of the day. There's quite a big gap to fill to the downside. That's it. Yeah, I think that's it. All right. Remember, we're above VN, so if we get that, this data looks fucked too. Oh wait, that's SPX, SPX, not SPXW. There we go. That's much better. Okay, cool. Yeah, remember if we lose 25 here, we could probably sell off. And we can pull all the way back to VN because once we start to get a trend here, the market maker's probably going to chase that by dumping delta. The what? Who the fuck is Casey Kasem? Hmm. Why are we mooning? It's a good question. Trump said we'll meet Thursday with OMB Chief Vaught in the pre-market to discuss cutting agencies. And meeting with Vaught today will determine which Democrat agencies need to be cut. I didn't know they had their own. Um, we will decide whether those cuts will be temporary or permanent. U.S. unemployment in September likely steady at 4.3%. Chicago Fed real-time forecast. Tesla quarter three deliveries 497,000 versus the estimated 439,612. Tech stocks drove global indexes to new highs after OpenAI share sale launched the firm to the world's most valuable startup, bolstering optimism for artificial intelligence. $500 billion valuation sparks global equity surge despite shutdown. Uh, Nasdaq 100 contracts advanced 0.4%, setting gauge. Of course, for fifth consecutive gain, Europe's stock 600 climbed 0.7%, powered by a rally of more than 2% in technology groups. In Asia, equities pushed past last month's all-time closing highs. Chipmakers surged. MSCI's World Index also logged another record. OpenAI's AI's valuation leapt to 500 billion after current and former employees sold roughly 6.6 billion in shares, more than lifting the company's price tag from its prior $300 billion level. The ChatGPT developer also sealed agreements with South Korea firms to supply semiconductors for its Stargate project. So you got about 100% rate cut priced in for October, with 80% priced in for December. Basant said we're not going to go back on spending cuts in the Tax Act, and we could see a hit to GDP from shutdown. Democrats want to pump more inflationary spending. It's not unreasonable that Trump uses all levers on spending, back spending in spring, but now we've flipped. Schumer's change of position reflects his polling. Very likely your job cut plans are going to surpass 1 million for the first time since 2020. Challenger. September job cuts announced by U.S.-based employers down 37% versus August. Hmm. Planned layoffs. Quarter three planned layoffs by U.S. employers totaled 202,118, the highest quarter three total since 2020. None of this sounds very good. Hold on, I'll be right back. Shit. I don't feel like we closed the gap, did we? 67.11.20. So no, the gap's still not closed to the downside. Close, but not quite. ES slipped below view up, so did NQ. NQ sold off pretty hard here over the last 15 minutes. It didn't fill the gap fully. It retested the high of yesterday's closing candle, but not the actual close. Looks like the majority of sold put support to the downside at 66.85 and 80 right now. There's a little bit of support at 67.05, 6700, but not a lot. Choppy. Hmm. Low support again. This is looking. ES is super fucking overextended on the 1 hour. So I'd say it's got quite a bit of room to sell off for the rest of the day. So December Tesla calls at the 500 strike at open. Interesting. No, not necessarily, especially after delivery numbers beat. However, I'm not really sure any numbers that Tesla's going to put out are going to reaffirm their current valuation. It's true through tomorrow. What, for the sell-off to extend to the downside? I don't know. I think 6,700, 6,705 is still possible. I don't think we sell off much below that, but I do think we have a little bit of room to the downside still. Hmm. Still getting a lot of call side profit taking here. Did that actually close the gap? 67.11.76. I think the gap's also still open a little bit. 67.11.20. So there's still about 40 cents more gap to the downside. 56 cents before the gap's closed. Obviously, there's a bump in vol under 67.10 that the bulls will probably want to avoid. So I would imagine even if we do fill the gap, they'll try to bounce it. I'm not sure they have the positioning for it, but looks like most of the volatility that was shed at opens back. So VIX back above 16. And NQ's still selling off back towards 25,000 pretty hard. Yeah. You can take a look at coin. Yeah, coin. Up another 5% today. 360, 365.34. So out above Gamma Max. Not a lot of support of anything out here. Opening kind of way above the peak of Delta too. I would say I would say coin probably pulls back a little, at least based on its options. I don't think I could hold these prices for very long. It might get some stability around 60. Seems like kind of an unsustainable pump. Options interest will have to come in and support these levels pretty substantially and survive the shock of a profit taking. Probably a lot of profit taking. The IV picks up quite a bit. Jesus. Hmm. Yeah. Price action might. Yeah, I mean, it could literally pull back all the way to like 63.50. Possibly even back below that. More chop, still no gap fill. Resistance at 20 is building a little bit. Starting to get some bot puts, 67.10, 05, 6700. Not a lot of sold puts to the downside of spot yet either. So bulls, at least for now, still avoiding selling any puts. Do you see a bottom here for Tesla? 477. 456. And there's plenty of support at 450. Yeah, 450 is a pretty important level for support. I'm not really sure 55 or 52 are. If it slips under 50, gamma starts to fall off really quickly to the downside. IV's pretty flat there for now. So probably support somewhere around between like 50 and 55. Looks like it already tested 53. Back above 60 would be bullish. Bounce. So probably look for the 60-ish test. See if it fails in here. If it does, maybe down to 50. If it breaks out above 60, bullish. Seems like a pretty good pivot point. You're gonna fill this fucking gap or what? That vape cloud was the coolest effect. Did you take a special effects classes in school? Nah. I'll limit sell at 500 ready because of GS Tesla's data falls off, but then has a sudden spike at 500. So it sort of seemed toppy to me with the call selling being the way I went about it. Okay. Well, seems like it worked out. Jeffries? Probably doesn't have enough options on the chain to matter. Delta on this usually dog shit. Yeah, it is. Looks bad. Financials just look bad anyway, though. Flip it. 62.91. Gex flips at 67. It's way below that. There's support at 60. 60 and 57.50. Probably can't go much lower than that reasonably without a big uptick in vol. I'm no longer unemployed. That was a sick 24 hours. Nice, man. I'm glad you made it. Did you get an unemployment check? No. Lame. No, you can't do that. No, government shutdown's not over. It's only beginning. Can't wait to buy a Corvette with my signing bonus. Then I can cheat on my wife with another man. The only person who's fucking you because you bought a Corvette is another dude. Probably Doric. Oh, sorry. Or the dealer. Well, yeah, possibly. I had 1,000 calories in chocolate chip cookies last night. I got a good stern talk from my wife this morning. Donald Trump's low energy and rambling speech to military leaders on Tuesday is raising new questions about his fitness for office. That's the speech that's raising questions about his fitness for office? That's wild. I watched one episode of Coco Melon. Realized I was gay. I'm glad you found yourself. How many ES contracts are you short right now? None? I want to feel something vicariously. I opened a straddle at close last night. No, like a little bit before close, but I closed the call side this morning. That was super exciting, but I can't close the put side yet. Although I might get stopped out of it if we don't fill this fucking gap. I got severance tomorrow. I'm betting all of it on puts. Oh Jesus! As a current put owner, I'll probably feel a lot better about them in a couple weeks, but it's crazy to me that right now everyone thinks that a data dependent Fed is going to cut rates with no data. On what they assume is flat unemployment. Granted, he's not the sharpest tool in the shed, but did Ted Cruz really say that? Say what? Here.
In Springfield,
While we're
eating the
hanging out, we can just
dogs,
listen
the
to
people
crazy
that
shit
came
our
in.
president
They're eating
said,
the cats.
and wonder why today's the day where questions were brought
the
up
pets of the people that live there.
about his dementia.
No, get those lights off. Off. Turn them off. They're too bright. Turn
What's he
them
gonna
off.
do? Cut my funding?
Turn them off. Let's go. Ready? Turn off the lights. Turn off the lights.
Getting a good picture of everybody so we look nice and handsome and thin.
Beautiful.
Perfect.
잘생기게 아름답게 찍어달라고.
Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi
is dead.
Latin music superstar Nikki Jam. Do you know Nikki? She's hot. Where's Nikki? Where's Nikki? Thank you, Nikki. Great to be having you here.
He really
you
doesn't
have
know
to
where
get-
they are.
Oh, look. Come here. Come here. I'm glad he came up. Total control. Bing, bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing. You know that.
This is a tough business to run for
I know.
president.
You're a tough guy, Jeb.
And we need to have a leader that is.
I have a great relationship with the blacks. I've always had a great relationship with the blacks.
We won with young. We won with old. We won with highly educated. We won with poorly educated. I love.
I already told you the market would go down. We filled the gap.
From China. Darling, is the wind blowing today? I'd like to watch television, darling. Nobody has done more for the black community than Donald Trump. And if you look, with the exception of Abraham Lincoln, possible exception, but the exception of Abraham Lincoln, I will give him 10 strokes. She was always of Indian heritage, and she was only promoting Indian heritage. I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. So I don't know, is she Indian or is she black?
She has always
But you know
identified as a
what?
black.
We have to win in November, or we're not going to have Pennsylvania. They'll change the name. They're going to change the name of Pennsylvania. Like you'll go person, woman, man, camera, TV. So they say, could you repeat that? So I said, yeah. So it's person, woman, man, camera, TV. Okay, that's very good. If you get it in order, you get extra points. Silence of the Lamb. Has anyone ever seen the Silence of the Lamb? The late, great Hannibal Lecter. It's a wonderful man.
Is this a dementia supercut? Yeah.
We were also praying for the people of Puerto Rico. We love Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico. He took showers with the other pros. They came out of there. They said, oh, my God. That's unbelievable. Look at my African-American over here. Look at him. Are you the greatest? Do you know what I'm talking about? Okay. This is a tough hurricane. One of the wettest we've ever seen from the standpoint of water. I'll kiss every guy, man and woman, man and woman. Look at that guy, how handsome he is. I'll kiss him. Not with a lot of enjoyment, but that's okay. In Springfield.
I think we're going to have a good night tonight. Are we going home to watch television? I think we're going to have a good night tonight.
I'm the one that brought back football. By the way, I brought back Big Ten football. It was me, and I'm very happy to do it. And
All right,
people of Ohio are very proud of me. Where I could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody, and I wouldn't lose any voters, okay? It's like incredible. I would say happy birthday, Kamala. She's turning 60.
Did you get her some fries?
I think I'll get her some flowers.
Why not to beat her
Maybe
again?
I'll get her some fries. You're right, that might be. I'll give her some McDonald's. I'll get her a McDonald's hamburger.
Thank you.
No. They're remaking Indiana Jones without Harrison Ford. You can't do that. And now they're making Ghostbusters with only women. What's going on?
Anyway. Gorp, please make vol go up. It's technically up on the day. They're eating the calls. They're eating the calls and the puts of the traders. They're eating the contracts. We filled the gap, so, that's neat. I guess now we see if we keep dropping. Vega neutral. Futures doesn't look so hot. Hey, I can almost close my puts now. I don't control the vol. You can stop panicking. My Carvana puts are green again. I wasn't thinking about those. Good. Second gap. Where's you mean down at like 66.95? I hear you. Dixie's really turning it around. I did mention, I think earlier in the week, that we were probably going to see dollar go up with the government shutdown. Hmm. Oh, do they? It looks like Tesla failed the retest at 60. So down to 50 now? Did you sell puts on Fubo? Oh, you're gonna get fucked. The deal's dilutive. I've been telling you guys this for a year. Goddamn bulls. Fubo's combining with what? So Fubo's combining with Hulu plus live TV, which is like Disney's live bundle, not their on-demand service, and not ESPN. Disney will end up owning, what is it, 70%? So when the deal closes, if you own Fubo, you will own Fubo plus Hulu live TV operations, but no stake in the broader, like, Disney streaming services. But Fubo will stay the public listing. Disney will be the majority owner. I blew 2 accounts up shorting the top. It sounds like you didn't, in fact, short the top, if that's the case. You don't get any shares of GME per share of Fubo. I've blown up more accounts shorting the bottom. I kind of want a long upstart if it gets to 51 again. I don't, with rates climbing and defaults up. Especially not after it got rejected so soon. If it stabilizes at 50, I might consider it, but otherwise, it doesn't look very attractive. Why are you always so right? About what? I mean, because I'm awesome, but which thing was I right about? I can't keep track of them all. Upstart? Oh. I'd like to buy Upstart at 12 again. I feel like if Upstart went back to 12, it wouldn't be a good buy. I was definitely right about us selling off to fill the gap this morning. You're all welcome. And right about coin dumping from 68. I don't know if any of you shorted that, but that was a good one too. Nice. We are kind of holding DFGF, although I don't think it's all that supportive. I completely forgot about why it got rocked. Yeah, their defaults are way up on like 30 and 90 day accounts in default, which is not a great look. But that was, I feel like that was kind of inevitable with like the whole Klarna buy now pay later bullshit. Like all of these subprime, like non-durable lenders are gonna get fucked in the ass because no one's gonna pay them back. Why would they? You just get free groceries for a week and a derogatory mark on your credit report. Although if we start up like a new debtors prison system, the stocks are gonna rocket. You're right about the UAL puts I bought last week. Oh, never mind. That was using what you taught me to find my own plays. So still kind of you being right. I'll take it. Yeah, NQ selling off a little bit harder, but also retesting VWAP right now. ES is a bit short, so maybe get a little bounce up towards like 20 or something now that the gap's filled. Downside trends not reversed yet, but it's pretty close. This isn't a very big support. Still getting a lot of sold calls to the upside. Like 25-20. Some bot calls. Mixed. Mixed interest at 15. We had some bot calls and then they sold off. Bot puts at 15 and 20. 65, 6705 and 6700. Bot puts coming in at spot. Looks like the 25 call is selling off pretty hard. Ooh, rejection? Failed bounce. Well, that would be fun. If we fail 6700, what's the next level? Oh, huge support at like 8580. Did everything go up in the pre-market just to dump it open? That's correct. Everyone immediately took profits at open. Don't give Trump any ideas. Would the new debtor's prison be publicly traded? Probably not. Credited investor only. They'll never open debtor's prisons in the US because all the rich people are in debt. You don't have to worry about it. If people start going to jail for owing money, everybody in the 1%'s right off to prison. Straight to jail. No? What? Why TCPC? God, that's a name I haven't heard in forever. I'm gonna sell some fucking more spreads on Baba. You go to jail for not paying your payments on the money you owe, not simply for owing it. Yeah, I'm well aware. What do you think rich people do? They stop paying their debt when financial conditions get tight and their cash flows cease, and then they file bankruptcy. And then after the economic cycle is over, they lever up all their debt again. They default all the fucking time. What are you guys smoking? Crack? Do you think rich people are paying their debt? No, the taxpayer pays their debt. What did 2008 teach you? Nothing? They're too big to fail. You're just thinking about the other poor people you know that you think are rich. Those aren't rich people. I don't really know. Yeah, I don't really. I don't think TCPC is a very good investment. They just buy like debt securities, which seems like a bad idea right now. I know the yield's really high, but their payout ratio is backbreaking. They don't pay as companies either, and then offer a percent discount to pay at like net 90, and small businesses are forced to accept it. Yep. The new guy that used to work for JPM retired. His retirement package is 20 million a year. He's not rich. No. Although he could end up rich. I was getting angry with you in the market because nothing was happening for 5 minutes and just realized I had your stream on pause for 10 minutes. No wonder I'm not rich. I would argue it's probably just because you didn't close your calls on EPAM last time. When banks renegotiate loans, writing off tens, even hundreds of millions to help out, but you overdraft $2 and you lose your house. Yeah. Ask me how I know. Oh, I know how you know. What's your cutoff for rich? You got to be above like 100 mil, at least. Really, like 250, quarter of a billion. I think like 90% of this country would think somebody with $1 million is rich. And I want to remind you that that person can't buy a house a lot of places. People just don't understand numbers. That's why Trump gets away with saying shit like, I'm going to give you 1,300% off on your drugs. Was what you considered rich lower before you made it big? Again, not that big. And no. Lol, that tilts me. What does? It's because they don't understand the comparison. 1,300% off. I can't wait for everybody with half a brain to just like be standing in a CVS demanding their refund on the prescriptions they picked up. I said I want to be rich then. If I had 10 million, I think I'd be set for life and could easily retire to an island. What kind of shit island are you buying for $10 million? How are you going to get supplies to your island if you spend all your money on the island? Trash island? I'm not gonna buy my own island. I'm just gonna retire to my rental property in Virginia. He'll just print his own currency on his island. Okay, well then he really could be rich. Because then he can print his own debt. Aw. Hmm. If you guys want to like the stream, that's always a plus. Yeah, keeps getting rejected. A little bit hard for bulls to climb out of this right now. They are selling quite a few 6710 puts though, so at least some effort to stabilize things here. Run into a bit of problems with the in the money puts at 15 and 20. And a lack of support to the downside of 6710. I love it. Where's love button? They don't have that. And I don't know why. It's a thought experiment here. If there's 2% wealth tax, the government would own 33% of all companies in 20 years if paid in stock. But if they were paid in cash from stock sales, what would happen? Hmm. Do you mean what would happen to the equity holders, or like how would it affect markets? I grew up in a neighborhood, maybe 10 people who met the 100 plus requirement and 1 billionaire. Those people are a special kind of boorish. The self image of wealth is pathological and oddly repulsive. Hmm. I still want $1 billion. You're not dissuading me. Is it next to the jelk button? Yes. Yeah, equity holders. Well, it would act like a property tax. So it's like adding a 2% to the discount rate. I guess it would depend what the tax is used on. Like, if the tax is used to pay down debt, then it would probably just kind of feed back into itself. So you just have a higher requirement for pre-tax returns. So your expected pre-tax returns would need to rise at the same rate as the tax rate. Basically, I mean, it would get priced in. Yeah. Yeah, essentially. I guess you'd get a gradual migration of ownership towards buyers or holders that are that don't carry any tax liability. It would probably just encourage more buybacks. So if the company just purchases the shares instead of selling them to the public, and then the company pays the 2% tax, your equity valuation would just rise in line with the tax due to the reduction in liquidity. What's your outlook on GME? I have some leaps on it. I don't give a fuck about them though. I think they were slightly up yesterday. They probably won't stay that way for long. We slipped 6,700, so stealthily. I mean, 2-6. Yeah, we did. Although I would expect that we'll start to get to some support around here. We do have some bot pits. I don't know. Maybe we fall all the way to support, the like 85-80 support. That'd be wild. 6,700 would be the confirm for that. Looks like we're getting some 6,705 bot calls on the tests. See if those go in the money. If they capitulate, yeah, we can fall. We can fall back as like low as 85 before running into any substantial support. Puts are pretty heavily bought down here. Also want $1 billion, but I'd use it in conjunction with Gamma Strike to make leverage short plays and send some C-suite into a frenzy for a day. Probably a few times a year. Ooh, that'd be fun. I bought some calls, illegal, because of some inflow. I'll be out of them by Friday. Alright. Technically, if it gets above like 28, it can like climb up the bump and vol out to like 30, maybe a little bit above 30, but then it's probably gonna fail. I think there's 4 more days of ETF FTDs. You know how I know I'll be out of them by Friday? That's when they expire. Why is gold falling so hard? I mean, relative to its rise, it's really not. You got it? Am I really that simple? No, no. You're a complex and unique individual, popcorn trader. You're just not you're just not a complex trader. 6,700 is probably a fairly significant level in the retest of Vega neutral. Because remember, bulls have probably sold a whole bunch of puts below Vega neutral, and they'll want to protect them. However, if we do slip 6,700 or VN, there is about 15 $20 of range to the downside additionally. How do you trade a popcorn? Well, simple. Movie theaters. Well, counselors called me unique before telling my parents bad news. I don't know what it was, but it made my mom cry, and my dad never looked me in the eye ever again. Shouldn't have taken all that Tylenol when they were pregnant with you. Too dark? Nah. I'll check out subprime lenders. Don't they just provide personal loans? Subprime borrowers, you mean? I wouldn't buy into any subprime lender based out of Indiana. Just on now or try to add a 5 to it. Mm. Seems like an unsustainable model in this macro. Mm. I mean, it's not unsustainable. People need to finance shit, but I would say that the subprime, it's probably not a bad short simply because the subprime market's getting so crowded. I think you're starting to run into a situation where you have a lot more available capital for subprime lenders than there are available borrowers. No, my legs are just restless, Grim, too. I had to go to Indiana for work last month. What a shithole. I wouldn't trust anyone who chooses to stay there. Well, hold on, hold on. There's parts of Indiana that are nice somewhere. There's two parts of Indiana that are nice. I guess more specifically. It's like that town with all the roundabouts. It's Carmel. And then like around Purdue's not bad. Testing 6700 now. This is very exciting. Actually nice or relatively nice? Relatively? I don't know. They're just like shitty suburbs in West Lafayette. Carmel seems like a rich Republican town. But everywhere else I've been in Indiana, yeah, complete shithole. It is Carmel. It's spelled that way. It's not caramel, which is the candy. Sugar, burnt sugar. Well, melted and slightly burnt sugar, I guess. Does anyone even live in fucking Gary, Indiana anymore? One time I pulled over in Gary, Indiana to get gas on my way from Chicago to Columbus. And a cop pulled in behind me and he was like, "You need to get the fuck out of here." And I was like, yeah, all right. Huh. Does oil have a bottom? Well, it's historically it's been negative before, so I would argue no. Did you have a black friend in the passenger seat? No. That's dark as fuck. Yeah, I don't think it's a nice place. You have ops in Gary? No, not that I know of. Does anyone have anything in Gary? Oh, the Rust Belt. I'm sure at one point in time, Gary, Indiana was fine or empty. Yeah, I know there's a beach there. Vix is trying to goon Gorg. I know, I'm short like everything, so I'm ready for this. 4 years? It took 4 years for Indiana to get its own segment on the Pi-Fi network? That's not true. I make fun of Danimal for living there all the time. Even though he lives in Montana, I think. Maybe. Doesn't matter, really, right? 6 is 1/2 dozen of the other. Initial bounce on VN, usually, right? There's a good reason for bulls to try to defend it based on their put selling yesterday. However, below VN, it's just sold puts, so we might slip into them prior to bulls selling more puts. Remember, there was a little incentive to be long vol on the weekly contract this morning. Is the spread. So the higher open definitely incentivized the sell-off. Are the GME warrants worth anything of note? I don't know. They have some sort of value attached to them, I think. Or they should. They'll be worth more if GME is above $32. And then GME won't be worth $32 for very long, probably, because they'll dilute 10 million shares. And then there'll be a bunch of warrant holders who don't exercise, and short sellers will probably fuck them in the ass. But that's more around the time of the warrants close than right now. Glock, my Carvana 2Ds are red again. I'll keep you updated. Thanks. You can just tell me the strike and then I'll know. Are you threatening them with a good time? I mean, I will say that GME holders are they've probably got a little bit of sadomasochist tendencies. Maybe they just enjoy self-flagellation. I have a warrant. It's for Kenny's arrest. Do you think Carvana will ever go back to double digits? I mean, I think Carvana will go to 0. Because it's a Ponzi scheme. KVU has more room to drop? Sure, why not? Why does Rims and Tims always yell at you? He's got a lot of anger. He thinks I stole at least 2 of his prior girlfriends and maybe had a relationship with his sister, which is ridiculous. But, who am I to choose the path of his parasocial relationship? No, I don't know him at all. He thinks you only stole 2? Well, if it were true, yes, it would make us Eskimo brothers. There's a stuffed pickle in her room. Explain that. I can't. Do you think I'm just running around gifting women stuffed pickles? Maybe there's a better way to word that. Hmm. I'm not sure there is, and I already said it. Yeah. No, just drop it, Cobra. Love the headline. Tesla and rivals brace for EV market collapse thanks to Trump. Yeah, they cut off the $7,500 federal tax credit. So electric vehicles are now just going to be $7,500 cheaper because they'll just take the markup away that they had previously applied to them. The beauty of the tax credit was that people thought it saved them money. Here's a better question. Why is there a screen? And I mean, I would have been less suspicious about the pickle in your sister's bedroom and more suspicious about the fact that I was on a like 75-inch TV on her dresser. You know, like if we look at this photo and really analyze it, I think you found the weirdest thing to be upset about. I was watching you. Why were you watching me in your sister's bedroom? See, like, I feel like you're the source of your own problems here. You keep introducing my stream to all the women in your life, and then you're what, surprised? Hey, look at Bounce. You can't show them his immense rugged handsomeness. Ugh. You're bouncing more or back down for a retest. Well, resistance at 6705, but not a lot of it. And then, yeah, I guess we could drop. Maybe keep an eye on the 6695 level, see if Gamma picks up there a bit. See if resistance builds at 6705 on the retest. There's some bot calls there. So those could end up at the money or pushing a little bit into the money, but then resistance at 10, which is a bit tricky. So back over 10 bullish, probably. Or at least bulls will lever up on short puts if we get back over 67.10. What's up, JC? How you doing, dude? How's your DVN? Did you get out of it at $37? Not good? Oh. I would argue that over time it's doing pretty well. You still getting like 3% a month? 3%, well, 3% a year. Monthly. Quarterly? Quarterly. Need it to break 40. Ooh. Yeah, you're gonna need oil to go way up. What's your cost basis? Also, when did you buy it? It was like almost a year ago now. Hmm. Interesting. Just playing CSPs while looking for somewhere to put 70K, and then it dropped, and I've been stuck with it since. Well, at least you learned a really valuable lesson about selling CSPs on things that are in a like multiple month downtrend. So that's some positive there. And you're not too far off from your cost basis. I mean, he could definitely be in a worse position. And you know, if the AI bubble keeps growing, energy demand's gonna pick up. So you probably do really good on that. Jeez, hypho? No? Usually first in, first out. I mean, you can use it to lower your realized gains. Most of the long-term shit I buy, I don't really sell. A lot of it just goes into dividend stocks. So generally not a consideration unless there's like a position that I cut. But even then, usually first in, first out. It's pretty rare that I have anything like over a year that I'm actively selling. But you'd have to do some kind of cross comparison between which is the better way to avoid the taxes, either lowering the realized returns or dodging the short-term capital gains. Sometimes the short-term capital gains versus long-term capital gains are more advantageous than reducing overall profit. No, it's like highest in, first out. No. ASTS. I have no idea. Looks like it caught a pretty sweet bounce off of 38, 36. I'm surprised operating expenses haven't bit them in the ass yet, but their valuations are wildly exuberant. Yeah, no problem. Bingo, bingo. Talk to your accountant. Have them like your CPA or something, and have them run the math if that's what your intention is. There's probably also some amount of like loss harvesting you can do in there as well to reduce total tax burden. They launched their Bluebird satellites. Cool. I think the market's just trying to find a way to like evaluate Starlink by picking a infinitely worse company that has a massive mountain of capex ahead of them. Which, I mean, if I got to be honest, in the longer run, probably not going to be great for their valuations. But in the short term, I guess, good luck. You've been here long enough to know that I I really fucking don't like, I don't even like trading stocks that don't have like an investable thesis. So you'll almost never catch me chasing some like Wall Street bets play just because it's up. Do you have a list of dividend stocks you're in somewhere? I haven't updated it in a while, but yeah, I do. I wonder if I can just share it. Oh, yeah, this has been a little while. There's a bunch of it, but some of this has changed. I don't think I've updated this in like 6 months. I sold my Palantir too. That's gone. I don't have TCPC either anymore. That got sold off a long time ago. Anything else in here I don't have? I still have Archer Daniels, but I bought more of that. I don't have Campbell's Soup anymore. I got rid of that a long time ago too. I have Halliburton, but it's a new position. My cost basis on Oxy is wrong. I have like 15,000 shares now, and I think my cost basis is like 48 something. I think the rest of it's probably correct though. Yeah. Nove's not in there either. None of my recent purchases are in there. This is just it's like a dividend tracker. It's not a brokerage. Although I think there is a way to see yield on cost and fidelity. I just don't remember how to find it. But this, you just hook this up to your brokerage account and it pulls in all your cost basis information and everything. But I have to update it and I have to add I have another dividend account I have to add to it. BTU hoarder. I actually have more BTU now too. I had Palantir a long time ago. I don't have it anymore. All my Palantir is gone. But yeah, Palantir was a Pickles pick back when it was like fucking like $6 or $7 a share. I was like, oh man, everyone should buy this. That was at like 2023 or something. I don't remember. November of 2024. Oh, maybe that wasn't it. Hold on. Oh yeah. Um, yeah, it was April 2023. Long Palantir between $8 and $6.50. I have no long-term buys anymore. I've had a couple recently. There was Nove. What else was there? Yeah, BTU was a good buy. AQN. KView, kind of. I mean, KView was an old one, but yeah, I mean, it's roughly back at the same price. PAX is also pretty old, but it's been doing really well. It almost hit my PT too. BTU is almost up 200%. I don't know. Do you guys think there's just fucking great value all over the place in the market right now? When everything's got a fucking forward P of 25x, there's just not a lot of like long-term value plays. When things moderate a little bit, I'll have more long-term picks. I don't know what you want. Yeah, HBM's killing it. That's up what, 300%? Are you going anywhere? Like today? No, I don't think so. Oh, I'll put PAX and AQN. I missed a good buy-in on Nove. I still think there's going to be an opportunity to buy Nove cheaper. Not there yet, but I still want to buy it like under $11. Maybe one day. That'd be cool. Although their last earnings was kind of a bit better than I expected, so maybe I won't get that buy-in. Did the super secret spicy stock that contains the A in the ticker ever come to fruition, or did it sputter out? They did do the reverse split, but I haven't really checked on it since then. Which is one of the things I was waiting on before writing it up. RZLV, isn't that just like some like bullshit AI company with no money? Oh, did anybody check out the new episode of Vol Stars?
starts to expand and
Ah. I still think Voltards or Three Bears, One Cup would have been a much better title for the stream or for the podcast, but you know, marketing, something. Regarding Vol. You're bullish? No. I'm actually a little bearish right now. I have bear put spreads from like 50, like 6,700 down to 6,600. And I have puts on TQQQ, but those are for like December, Jan. Hey now, you're a star. Get your pits on. Well, that's now the intro to the show. Congratulations, Cobra. You think if you sell them, you could sell them all for 0.0000003 cents each? Did Tesla fail 450? Because if it did, that's bad. Oh, shit. It did. Can Neo go to $10? Do you own it? Yes. There's room down to 80 or 85. Yes, but look at the chart. Well, I want to say no. My initial reaction is no. Also, Cobra made me look at it yesterday. Also no. You guys remember a year ago when I went long Neo at like $3? I got assigned on covered calls at 5. I never bought it again. Are you adding lyrics to the intro? Perfect. Hmm. Neo was my gateway drug to options. I turned $22 into 2,200. I'll always chase that first hit, as will we all. Yeah, a little bit of resistance at 6,700. Like a week ago, I think. It might have been like a week ago. No, I never said it could go back to 60. Cobra said it could go back to 60. There's some bot puts 95.90 right now. Bot calls 67.05. 6,700 is pretty contested both ways. Kind of a descending head and shoulders going on here a bit. Oh. That's because I'm pretty sure that any economic data about Tesla's actual financial situation is bearish. Or at least relative to their current valuations. Hmm. Hmm. Still haven't shaken off those 90-95 puts. Upside resistance is at 67, like 08. Out to 20 later? That's tough. There's a shitload of negative gamma at like 80, 85, which is gonna act as a bit of a sink, I think. So I wouldn't actually be surprised, like on an upside rejection, if we could slip to a new low closer to the implied move to the downside. What's to do with Oxy and Burke? Oxy's trying to buy out their petrochemical division. Or Burke's trying to buy out Oxy's petrochemical division. Bears have been emboldened lately. That's okay. We'll move up $5. They'll get scared off again. It's usually how that goes. I do think Bulls can probably push the test at like 67.05 at least. Give me 1 second, I'll be right back. Looks like a retest of VWAP for NQ on the 5-minute. As this plays out, what should be probably roughly the gamma flip test. Am I going to be around tomorrow? Maybe. Nice. Start to run into some resistance around here a little bit. Around like 67, 08, 09. See if the bears lever back up again. Look. Who's going after Hood? I know Brooks buying Oxy. Do it. Make us rich into the weekend. Who? You're still bullish on Upstart? I'm not bullish on Upstart. I wasn't bullish. I just said there was support around 50. If the 50 support holds, it might be worth a long buy, but risky. The news that came out on them wasn't great. A lot of 30 and 90-day defaults. And one of their more promising features was their extremely low default rate, which is now less true. It's almost like the economy is getting worse. I don't know. I'd probably be more interested in Upstart if it got like back over 55 and less just chilling at support where it is now. You stream tomorrow. I have a doctor's appointment. I'm just not sure what time it's at. I don't know why they can't all just use the same fucking platform for appointments. Where did we get rejected? 6708. Do this shit all day. I don't have a doctor's appointment with my girlfriend. My girlfriend's not a doctor. You have a girlfriend? Yeah, we've been over this. My wife will be devastated. She'll be okay. We don't have doctors in Canada. Well played, Dave. Does your girlfriend know about the pickle jar? I fucking hope not. Delinquency numbers are overstated, and the research firm edited the numbers. Still up, but only slightly, as opposed to doubling like they've originally reported. Still doesn't mean there's a lot of borrowers for subprime fucking credit at 20% interest, which is a bit of a blow to their business model. There's far too much private capital being thrown towards like subprime lenders right now, and just simply not enough borrowers willing to take on those payments. A year ago, yeah. Now, rough. It's pretty tame in here these days. Might be the best time for her to know about it. Yeah. No, of course not. Is your name Danny? You look like you would date a Dan. No. What about us? I don't see how this affects you. How did she handle the I'm kind of a leader of a cult of cultists whose main mantra is that we're not a cult? She work in finance and I can understand your degen side. I don't know if those two things go hand in hand. I saw a racehorse in the paper named Air Biscuit one time, and I thought that was a good name. Do you guys see how we went up to exactly 6708 and then back down again like I said we would? I'm really not kidding. Like how the fuck are you all not rich by now? What is going on? No, it was 6708. 97. But still 6708. Because we're only just now buying puts. Well, now it's too late. So now I'm your side pickle? Pong, you always were. No, I don't want to tell you, Gene. Yesterday you told me it would be hard to break 15, but we did. I also said we wouldn't close above 15, and we didn't. So, there's a whole bunch of pigeon whales that are richer today because I told them we wouldn't close above 15. And by a whole bunch, I mean like 3. Well, at least Slot Machine did it. Three? I'm waiting for end of day when we get the largest end of day pump of the year because ISM services is the biggest piece of data we're getting before FOMC. I mean, I actually think it is. It would help me greatly if you tell me what we don't close above today. It's very hard for us to close above 67.45. Is that helpful? Also really hard for us to close below 66.75. I don't even think that's the implied move. Is it? Yeah, it might match up now. Okay, yeah, it does. I knew it. Pigeon Whale's just 3 people. I could find out exactly how many pigeon whales there are. There are 100 pigeon whales. No, Cobra's been broke since the last time he shorted SPX. He hasn't been able to re-up his pigeon whale. He's an embarrassment. I'd only joined Pigeon Wheel to impress, but now that I know Grack has a girlfriend, what's the point? You've not been disavowed. I have 2.5 months to get significantly back below 61.35. Yes. How many billionaires? I don't know. There's a lot of pages of them. Pigeon Wheel's great. Best investment ever. It does pay for itself quickly. I'm not getting what do you mean engagement? When people ask you what you do you say YouTube? No. I tell them I'm an astronaut. No, I don't tell people. No, you never tell anybody that you trade stocks or um, do financial analysis or portfolio building or anything like that ever. First of all, never tell a woman that you're a professional trader because she's just going to hear unemployed. You're getting old. You're just going to stay single. I have a girlfriend. I'm not single. So it's like Fight Club? Exactly. 1 second. I'm right here. Oh, goody. Yeah, I see that. It's unlikely that the Senate will have votes over the weekend. It's unlikely the Senate's going to get votes at all. You remember you remember when Elon Musk went in and he fired all those people who worked for the federal government in blue states? I do remember when Elon Musk was bald. Well, when he did that, he removed the incentive for Democratic senators to pass bills that keep the government open. Shocker. It's almost like if you fire all the government employee constituents, then all of a sudden their representative is no longer motivated to act in the interests of those federal employees. Like speedrunning fascism in the stupidest fucking way possible. Did they get paid during the shutdown? If they got a different job, they do. Nuh-uh. Vance said they're not negotiating in good faith. Because they don't have to. Also, when has the current administration ever done anything in good faith? Nuke, you may not know this, but 5-year-olds are actually the ultimate terrorist organization. Yeah, but their prayers are dirtied by their thoughts. Tell me all about it in great detail. My 5-year-old slammed the car door into another car while the person was there and is remorseless. That sounds about right. Yeah, we talked about that. All right, hold on. I don't want anybody else in the pickle jar to enjoy it, so I'm just going to play it for myself. That's amazing. That's how I feel buying puts. That's good shit. There wasn't any sound? Ah, hold on. Well, now it's not working. I'm going to figure it out. I can watch that shit all day. Just want everyone to know, this is my FYP on TikTok. Some people like naked women. I get shit like that. That's all you need to know. My Reddit feed is like Chinese factory workers dying in horrific accidents. And then just, yeah, really autistic shit. Don't forget r/pizza crimes. I don't actually look at that subreddit. ES finally retested VWAP here. And Q's a little above it. I don't know what the fucking bull case is. That was funny as fuck. Hold on, Kirk. I'm gonna go take some Tylenol. Perfect. Did you guys see the meme of like Neo, but he's a baby, and Morpheus is holding out an Adderall and a Tylenol? And then it's like the next frame was Pam from The Office saying they're the same picture. And then it was the baby like warping into a spectrum void. Amazing. Whoever made that, genius. I'm actually not even sure if that meme exists. I might have just... Oh boy. I might have to make it. Nick, do you ever think about your children having super autism? Same, man. My mom took Tylenol during pregnancy, and I can't believe I finally found a cult of people that also had their moms take Tylenol during pregnancy. Thank you, Dad, for bringing together autists to lose money for 4 years. Well, we had to do something to keep ourselves busy. What are we going to do? Go outside? Talking Mercury Rising super autistic? No, we're talking Tom Hanks and Cloud Atlas autistic. You know how great life would be if trains made you that happy? Trains don't make you happy? Imagine you could watch a train go by and get as excited as watching a 7-month DD turn out exactly as you expected and bank $1 million on it. Hmm. Yeah, I don't get it. I assume that's peak dopamine for you. No, peak peak dopamine is like end of month buying $50 out of the money calls and having them go $20 in the money. Have you tried aquariums? Also a very good high. Wait, what? I just told you what peak dopamine was. Aquarium? I mean, I like an aquarium. Don't get me wrong. I went to an aquarium like a month and a half ago, and there was this one penguin. There wasn't they're like the blue penguins. I don't know if you've ever seen those. They're really tiny. And he was just going ape shit in the water, but all the other penguins were just kind of standing on the rock around the water. And he was like doing little backflips and swimming and banging into the glass. And you could really tell which one was the neurodivergent one. I felt a bond with that penguin. I have a video of him somewhere. I don't know. ETF FTDs have a few more days. Could still push higher. I can't find a single quote on the internet by that character from Cloud Atlas where Tom Hanks is wearing a fishnet. And it's not like a fishnet shirt or something. It's just like an actual fishnet. It wasn't a fishnet, like a loosely knitted poncho fishnet. No, 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 no. I want specifically quotes from the other character. Oh my god, this is so boring. Are we going to drop back down or what? We have a little bit of support at 6705. Some sold put support building at 6700, but no, nothing interesting's fucking happening at all. We start to push up into like positive gamma above 6710, and that's where things get a little bit more bullish, out to about 30. Yeah, the true guy. I think you'd have fun with it for a couple days, Popcorn. You know, epic things Tom Hanks said as that character, like, there ain't no journey, what don't change you some. I don't know if that was funnier than Tom Hanks with the Boston accent and Catch Me If You Can, but it was close. What a goddamn grind. A little bit. Nice Popcorn. $67.05s are taking profit. 67.10s. Still a bunch of sold calls coming in at 67.20. Puts being sold at 66.90 and 6700. You think Kenvy is around the bottom? Maybe. Take a look. Yeah, probably. 15, 16. Looks like there's a lot of puts being sold. Ivy at the 17 and 19 strikes has been picking up. 30-day skew starting to drop a bit. Jesus. It's a little bit heavy. Yeah, maybe. Oh. The stock had a very brief period of having like a functional options market. I will say Delta on the chain right now is almost the highest it's been since like 2023. Yeah, might be kind of exciting if it gets back over the Delta neutral. Still bleeding a bit though, and there's room to the downside. I think we might have tested all of that today. Well, at least a little bit. But Gamma's pretty positive across most of the chain, if not all of it. It's only negative down around like $6. 630 something. So I guess we're, Gamma neutral's a little bit off there. Yeah, look at like put eyes and see if they're continuing to grow in the money. There's some further out. It looks like the 15 and 17 put. Lots of puts at the 16 strike. Those probably aren't bought. That's disgusting. So those 6710 puts that we left up earlier are slightly in the money. Or out of the money. So I guess let's see if they close them or lever up. We are above 6710 now. Still seeing a lot of call selling, 15, 20. Tesla profit taking? Tesla's getting fucking hammered. People remember that they sell cars and not a lot of them today. Why did Tesla dump? Lost 450. I guess, well, it failed to regain 460 and then lost 450. Yeah, there's a little gap. Is that 10 or 6709? 09 and 06. Gaps to the downside. 0977. Not filled yet either. Hmm. Now I'm over levered on Baba. Yay! I have a pair of sorted cheap 67.25 C's. I don't want to burn a day trade now, and I think they're not going to make any money. So the 15's against him, dumb or diabolically brilliant? Dangerous. Especially as we get closer to end of day. There's room to move up to 67.30. I will say that the 15 is being sold with fairly reckless abandon currently. But it's definitely a everyone short strangling everything day. But that also means end of day, something can break. That's my favorite kind of abandon. It's definitely better than abandonment, which is gonna be what happens tomorrow if I don't show up to the stream. I wonder if I could program the stream to stream without me automatically. No, AI is too stupid to do it. Please don't make a Gherk bot. Why? That's not until Nuke fixes auto scroll. Don't let him hear you say that. He's had a good day. Okay? Does your girlfriend know about this stream? Again, I hope not. It's a silly place. Just replay today's. The disrespect in this warehouse. Calm down, Nick. It's okay. Pooties and Tooties indicator in your absence? But that's only on ES. I mean... Yeah, I guess I could do it. Post the stream from a VM that spools 20 minutes before open and window it to it when you're ready. We're all getting rich tomorrow, boys. It'll be the largest day of losses for the pickle jar since Freg's Day. No, I don't know Dork's mom. Were you okay? Were you okay your stream remotely yesterday, posting in chat? One of us? Not okay? No, you can't. Breaking fears grow among U.S. allies in region that another round of Israeli airstrikes on Iran could be imminent. Since you have a girlfriend now, will you be accepting relationship questions? We've always accepted those. God damn it, I got stopped out of my calls 5 minutes ago. You mean when I said if we go above 67.10, bullish? Huh. You got a girlfriend now? Yeah. I've had one for this isn't new news. First question, how do I get a girlfriend? Well, Danimal, you know how you act and behave? And like your personality? Don't do those things. Just FYI, I've not broken up with the girl with the same name. I did, however, spend all weekend with this gorgeous Ukrainian girl who does not have the same name. Okay. There you go. I think. DVC food. There's never been a reason to be here. If when your girlfriend starts asking about marriage, is that when you dump her? Aren't you married? Second question, what about Darth Dan? Darth Dan's just delusional. Don't worry about that. Don't appreciate being led on thusly. I haven't led you on. Follow up, does she have to be unrelated or can she already be my wife? You could probably take your wife to the aquarium.
Is she aware of your massive wealth? I'm not massively wealthy. I'm comfortable. My grandpa always said that if the roof is rusty, the basement's going to be wet. I'm not sure if that's relevant. No. Also, it sounds like your grandpa was into some weird shit. When you ask your partner what a movie is about, how do you get them to answer with a short plot description and not a full scene by scene without offending? I don't know. Who does that? We're struggling. Same price action as yesterday's close. Boo. Yeah. Yeah, boo. That's on quantum stocks. It's with a U, but I don't know. It's just a hype train. You can chase it if you want to. The tech's not there. Yeah, Reddit got fucked this week. Maybe they ran out of data to sell. Ooh. Got a new deal from Costco. There's too many radical leftists on Reddit. Yeah. Antifa. You guys think if I get a hat that says anti-fascist, I'm gonna go to Guantanamo? Or El Salvador? Yes. Oh, damn it. You'd think that being anti-fascist would be a good thing. Don't do it. They don't know what Antifa means. I know. That's why I was gonna spell it out. I'm surprised you haven't already been hassled by ICE. Really? It's interesting. Only 3 years ago, you used to get hassled by Republicans without masks, and now they have masks. I don't like the golden olive skin. Mm. How over-levered are you on Baba? Oh, it's not that bad. I think a few grand. What about just put M in front of Antifa? Mantifa. Looks like we're gonna drop into close. I hope not, because I sold a Condor. A Mantifa Mankini. That's just a great merch shop idea. I ran across a short tinfoil hat conspiracy theory about future political prisoners, prisoner forced labor camps in the Mojave Desert. I'm not gonna lie, I momentarily rethought my life choices. Have you tried applying to the RNC? They do like to do a lot of shows. Isn't the warrant date tomorrow? I don't think it fucking matters. What do you think's gonna happen? You think you're gonna get MOAS by adding a bunch of liquidity above spot? No, I really don't think it has any substantial effect. At least no substantial mechanical effect. There'll be a big wall of dilution at $32. Convertible note holders will have an incentive to pump the stock above 32. And then everybody else in the entire market will have an incentive to short it back below 32. I'm gonna need you to cancel your appointment tomorrow. Why? I don't want to. I'm getting my skin buffed. It's at 28 right now. 27 something. Where did I say microblading? Whose tongue will be so sore afterwards. You're really not gonna be here tomorrow? Yeah, maybe. Like a little bit, but probably not much. Yeah, where do you get microblading from buffed? Jimmy warrants aren't added into the options contracts. Warrants aren't an options contract. They're similar, but they're not one. They're like an options contract with no leverage. in a shittier, more illiquid market. And they're dilutive. Interestingly, when you exercise an options contract, it doesn't dilute the underlying stock. I do love attention. Thank you, Popcorn Puddin' Flaps. I think I have some warrants in Illinois. Don't exercise those. Here's what I can't wait for. I can't wait for Jimmy to, like, so it'll run, like, get up to like 34. Warrant prices will spike. All the convertible note holders will exercise a bunch of warrants and then use the additional liquidity to short the fuck out of GME. And then when it drops, like, say, like, back to like 25, 26, and then all of the super stockers that are gonna like dump shitloads of money into warrants because they thought options were bad, but warrants are good, and then they burn up out of the money. If there's one thing we've learned about GME holders and leaps is that they hold them until they're worthless. And warrants will be no different. Can you please tell us the bull case too? That was the bull case. The bear case is the convertible note holders would rather hold their short positions on GME rather than let the stock run, and they don't care about the fucking dilution at all. And the warrants simply never print. Either way, it's retail who gets fucked. How much GME should I buy? I don't know. How much do you like what little money you have left? I opened a 2025 10 5 Condor. It hasn't been 5 years. I should continue to buy more puts. Yeah, you might need to move that 61.35 price target up. I don't think Tesla's going down to 300, at least until they have earnings. Okay. We now have some sold put support at 10. Hmm. Jimmy still go to 30 next week. You mean the next 4 days? Yeah, it's possible. 4 trading days. Getting bot puts coming in at 15. So they're probably gonna get fucked. What if my end of day thesis is that we test 20 and rip back to 10? I wouldn't call that abandonment of the thesis. I don't hate it. This is so fucking boring. Holy shit. Is that your thesis? Not necessarily. I mean, there's room to move out to 30. It's just not super likely. Hmm. Oh, this is so boring. No 6750 today, I don't think. Left a gap behind us at 1546. ES is kind of continuing to grind up. NQ looks like it's failing. At least on the 5 minute. 15? No, we can't get to 6750, I don't think. Upside peak right now is like 3540. Probably about as high as this could be reasonably pushed. Yeah. I need more caffeine. So much more fucking caffeine. Holy shit. What's that? Ew. Does Upstart look good to retest 55? No? If it gets out above like 55, 56, it might be worth going long. But going long here is just risky. You don't even have a confirmed reversal off of the 50 test. And so if it fails again, you're gonna get dumped on. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go get some caffeine.
Ooh.
You can't call it 6730 and have it hit that exact number. But I'd prefer if it didn't, in all fairness. Mm, we do have some bot calls, 20, 25, 30. Pretty decent number of them, too. Um, huh. That's a Pigeon Whale membership level in prediction. That was an insanely boring tug of war, but it paid off a little bit, yeah. Put call ratio is kind of dumping a little bit here. We got some profit taking on the 30 and 25 calls. Although not much of it. There's now support at 15 to the downside. Everything above 20 is resistance. 25, 30, 35. Hmm. 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 I don't think losing 20 spikes of all too hard here, but losing 15 would. Interesting. And doesn't fall off to the upside. Speed picks up to the downside. Hey, Gherkin, you weren't here earlier, but I called out earlier that if this went to 20, I would send you an exorbitant amount of money. $4. Thank you so much, Jeff the Privileged. What's 5-hole ports? About one clean breakdown. Why would we get one of those? I will say the 25 and 30 calls are selling off a bit, which is starting to sort of incentivize put selling at 15 and 10. But we could push down a little here. A little room, you know. A little little wiggle room. You are truly a man of your word. Thank you, Jeff. So, what now? How would you feel about somewhere around here into close? I appreciate that, man. Were you long XSP out of the money? Awful. The grind up was awful. Yeah, it truly was. Slipped the trend a baby bit. Yeah, just a little. This is getting a tiny bit oversold, around 15 though. I would expect to see some support in here somewhere. Hmm. Yes, has a little room to sell off back to VWAP, 67, 61, 43, I think. It should be maybe roughly the gap fill. 15 on SPX. I need to watch positioning here, I think. I'm not sure if this is getting better or worse. Bot call's still at 20, kind of holding the line, but the 25 bot calls have fallen off. I'm still getting sold puts at 15 and 10. Is one of us your girlfriend? Well, given that you're all men, no. Ooh, big bot puts. Interesting. Someone just bought some puts at 20. Bought back? Maybe more importantly, someone dumped some calls at 20 too. Bot puts coming in at 15 also. Let's fill the gap. I'm up 6% on my Baba. Baba. Back to 10? Whew, that's a little bit too wishful. Not all men. Some of us are bots. Alright. No, one of you is not my boyfriend. Or my bot. What? 725 unlikely? No. Not well positioned for right now, but not unlikely. Netflix might tank within the next week. Might not. Why do you say that? All those furloughed employees gotta watch something. Yep. Something Elon, something boycott, something 3-year-old show that talks about trans kids. Are you talking about Antifa propaganda? 100% on foreign shored productions? Wait, I already thought that was the thing. Wait, is that good for you? No, Trump made the threat in a tweet a few days ago. Wait, if they bring the production back to the US, though, I feel like that would be a win. Other countries are so cheap, 100% might not bring them back. True. Also, what are they, like, what transaction are they taxing? I don't think they've really thought this through. I went to CVS yesterday and they charged me $17, which isn't even 100% discount. That's the problem. Nobody's quite sure what the mechanism is to charge them. I was gonna say, it's a little difficult to tariff a intangible product. Lutnick is to blame. Well, he's kind of a moron. He's probably just worried about the Epstein files, really. Yeah, I remember. It was fun. It'd be cool to do that again, I think. What, for GMA? Like around the 5th or 6th. Fubo doesn't produce anything. Occidental's bonds are doing pretty good. Yeah, I would say that the drop in stock price probably won't last very long. But we'll have to see what they do with the cash. The petrochemical division loss represents a drop in total revenues over time, but the ability to pay down some of their debt and slough off some of their operating costs is probably a boon for them in the long run. Buffett just benefits on both sides, so he doesn't care. If this says 30, I'll send you, that's right, $4. If you do it on Ko-Fi, I'll actually get $4. Chef the Wild. Gold reclaiming 355. Yeah, it's starting to bounce back a little bit. Some profit taking at 3,900 test. Beware of the downside gap. There is one. It's not very deep though. It's just at 15. Ooh, I know what I could do. Who wants to be a Cornichon? No, I already gave him out. Wait, you're already a billionaire. I'm waiting for coupons forever. Get fucked, Rims. Wait, you've got one right now. Gherkin dragging the lurkers out into the daylight. Hmm. One sec. You made that much today that you can just flaunt it by giving out free memberships on your own stream? Shill? Yeah. Hmm. This is super boring. Hmm. I'm up like $2,200 when my GME shit. I think I might just close it. This is going up oddly fast. Yeah, it is. But it's just freaking me out a little, so I'm gonna close my spreads. They're of the bear variety. Bull put. Huh. Does look like some de-brisking. That's never a good sign. I don't think it's going on the 0DT either. Boom, 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 boom. Well, this is not spot up, vol up. It's like spot flat, vol up. Vanna and Charm are still supportive into Friday. Check it back in after TCB all day. Tell me we're closing at 15. Yeah, we might. I don't have any exposure right now, but I'd like to get something. I just don't fucking know what. Maybe if we test 67.10, I'll sell that. It does look like we're probably closing somewhere between like 10 and 25. Which means the condor I opened earlier would have just been right all along, but I already legged out of all of it. I wasn't too sure about the upside. I guess I could have made a little bit more money on it. But yeah, you guys aren't all in vibe trading. I was kind of going off in vibe trading about managing like some spread management shit. That's not important. Yeah. Made money, managed risk, and showed us what to do. Yeah, a little bit. Is vibe trading a Birdwell thing? Yeah. I think we filled the downside gap here. My only concern would be levering up off of the downside gap fill. There's another gap back at like 67.06. But I think with the positioning the way it is, it's probably unlikely we fall back there. We're back to the god-awful $4 trading range. Well, I mean, at least we filled the gap. But yeah, things probably get more boring now. We got 20 minutes till close. I will say that ES kind of looks like it wants to droop back towards VWAP a little bit. I don't know. Maybe we pressure the sold puts at 10. We could get pinned to the negative gamma here. A little bit more of a rare outcome, but not impossible. Boring days are fine. We just gotta make money different ways. That's why you guys are supposed to read options as a strategic investment, so you understand strategies that aren't buy, put, buy, call. Or if you're just gonna buy puts and calls, you buy the right puts and calls. Like buying an in the money 25 before we dropped and filled the gap, really good, you know? Not bad at all. Buying an out of the money 15, dog shit. Hey, when Carvana down? In my experience, usually after your options expire, But I do know that you've been buying a lot of theta since you became rich, so maybe at some point while you have options. Huh?
Hmm. 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 I love GS. I wasn't worried at all when my 2025 bear spreads were tested. No, if I can only figure out how to enter them when they're testing it for more premium as opposed to beforehand, thanks.
Nice. Yeah, I sold some 2530s on that 20, like that same 22 test when those, I had 2025s out and I sold 2530s and then kind of collapsed them as we fell. Fuck me. You still doing these? Yeah. Did you get your Bobby back? How you been? Seems much easier to just watch the smile at the top. There must be a way to plot the changes in this data to track expected move. Not sure to explain, but we'll think of it later. Yeah, there's a bunch of ways, but there's a problem. and one that might not be solvable, and that's the fact that implied volatilities are always increasing over time, and they increase faster and faster as you approach close. So, yeah, it's a very, very linear increase in implied volatility. And so, given that you have a permanent increase, it's very hard to track changes in the strike surrounding spot, and more so as the day wears on. Well, it's solvable in a number of ways, but then you have to ask yourself if you can solve it, and you can solve it in a dynamic fashion that actually adds value, or adds additional value over just knowing what the IVs are at any given time. Would you give that away? The answer is no. No, you would not. I'll be honest, this price action kind of undercut my end of day thesis. Well, my end of day thesis was we close here, so it's worked out perfectly for me. Ding. No, I'm the stock god. You just don't know what's going on in the secret chats. Imagine imagine you had here's the problem with the IV and what you want. Imagine you have an ice cube tray and you turn your faucet on to fill the ice cube tray, and then you leave the faucet on when the ice cube tray starts running over, and you're trying to detect the changes in each individual slot in the ice cube tray over time. Yeah, roundtable tonight. I don't know if there'll be a stream with it, but there will be a roundtable tonight. Sounds like calculus. Fuck that. Gherk, I closed at max profit. How dare you be trapped in a mortal body, you stock god. I know. One day all this will fade. But not today, good sir. Not today. Alright, well that fucking sucked. Boring day, close flat at view up. Pretty good if you sold the tails, but otherwise pretty shitty. Going long or short, especially out of the money today, probably excruciatingly punishing. But I think pretty fair after the overnight move and yesterday's price action. Bulls still got a slightly better close than they really deserved. Puts us with a interesting range tomorrow at least. We'll see if Vega neutral moves up a little bit more or not. Over here on ES, yeah, I mean a little bit above VWAP, but off of the all-time high, or the new all-time high, of the prior all-time high down here, and so if we go out on the 1 hour, we've got maybe a little bit of support still down here at 67.37, but we have not retested that yet. And I would say if this bounce fails, that's probably the most likely downside target to realize next. We've, not retesting the trend really. Maybe this one. I'm gonna see where that starts. That's probably fucky. There. Maybe just forming a new one. So we'll slide this over. Boop. Do a little bit of that. There you go. So look for a failure 67.56 as a signal. 67.37.50 as a confirm. Obviously, the prior week close, 66.97, still very important out here. And that's where I'd be looking if we were to have a downside move into the end of the week. Supposedly, there is some NFP data available. It's collected. We're just not sure if it's going to be released, but we do definitely have ISM services tomorrow. So we should get some price and employment information out of that. Remember, that data significantly more impactful now with the loss of BLS data due to the government shutdown. So something to pay attention to tomorrow for on the macro side. Dollar moved up today, so we're starting to get a bump in the dollar. We're getting a little bump in the belly. Haven't seen much of an effect at the top end of the curve yet on a rising dollar, but if the dollar rises substantially more, we very likely will see the top end of the curve rise. I think as uncertainty surrounding the shutdown increases, it's very likely that we'll continue to see the dollar rise and we'll see the top end steepen. Correlation, we really kind of maxed out on underlying volatility in the indexes yesterday, and a little bit of that fell off today. We'll see if that continues to fall off. This is still, very close to local lows in 1 month correlation, kind of about the same in 3-month correlation. So this may be just kind of like one last big push, and then we'll see if correlation starts to increase across the 1 and the 3-month time frames from here on out, which would put some upward pressure on index volatility. Like I said yesterday, I think NQ components, which outperformed once again today, are trading at like 3 to 4x the volatility of the underlying index on average, which definitely means that there's a lot of vol to sell, and it's becoming extremely attractive to sell that volatility in the underlying, which would then, inherently increase index volatility, which is bearish usually. Commodities, not so great for oil, still falling back down, all the way back down to 60 a barrel. Agricultural, copper doing okay. Gold and silver pulling back a little bit. Mostly look like profit taking, some of which resolved on the intraday. But I would say overall commodities are looking pretty good, or at least on a longer term time frame. And I would expect if we do start to see some dollar debasement, we'll see some very significant gains in commodities, possibly the super cycle that everyone dreams of. Bond volatility is boring, sucks. Carry trade leverage flat at the top and the back end. However, another 2% bump in the forward yield on volatility. So that long volatility demand, it's sneaking up higher and higher. And when that pops, it generally has a very negative effect on the index. Now, it could pop, and the resolution of that could be very short-lived, very rapid downside and then into reversal. Or forward yield on volatilities could stay positive for a longer period of time. I would say the best way to figure that out would be to determine, how uncorrelated VX and VIX are at the moment. And that might give you an idea of how high vol can go and for how long it can stay elevated. And guess what? correlation is ridiculously negative. So if vol pops, and it did a little bit today, just a tiny smidgen, VX up 1.95%. VIX 3-month not moving so much, but cash VIX up 2.27. And this is the first day that we've gotten a slightly less negative correlation to close, negative 51.46%, up from negative 51.61 yesterday. It's a small move, still a lot of short vol, but it is a move in the wrong direction for that positioning. And when they do get squeezed out, it's usually pretty violent. It's not always necessarily a big move, but I would say with correlation being this negative, it more than likely would be. Skew turning around a little bit again today, still pushing up. I would probably want to see this around like 150, 156 if things were actually getting bearish. I don't think they are yet. Breadth still looks like dog shit. Most of the overperformers are still just in tech. And 46% of the index still under its or well, I guess 56% of the index under its 20-day moving average, with only 40% above its 200-day moving average. So still a lot of concentration. Possible that concentration's continuing to pick up. Fed fund futures, not much of a change. Slight bump with the Challenger data today. It did look like layoffs in the third quarter were going to increase substantially. However, they thought that last quarter, and then they didn't. So we'll see how that goes. 0.42. Yeah, so 10-2 still flat and boring. Nothing interesting going on there. Here on the SPX, I think we actually did finally fucking test that. Is that right? Still a little short. Yeah, I mean, still looking at 66.99.52 for a signal, and then maybe 66.41 as an additional signal, but no confirms unless we lose 6600. So 6600 or the EMA 30 is still where we would see any kind of downside move confirm. So buying puts here may not be bad, but it's definitely a lot more dangerous than picking them up down here once there's a little bit of confirmation as to any kind of failure. Right now, I mean, it's still lower high, or higher low, lower higher high, and so the bullish trend on this move is still continuing. Yeah, so that's 66.99. Definitely where you'd want to look for at least a local failure. And then to the upside, maybe 67.60. Maybe they release the NFP data. It aligns with the Fed cuts. Bulls pump, I would say 60 to 70 is probably a reasonable upside target around here locally, with maybe something higher next week, but not right now. And I think that's about it. So thank you guys for tuning in. Don't forget, there's a roundtable tonight. I'm not sure if I'm going to do a stream alongside the roundtable or not. It'll depend on if I'm able to get home in time. But if there's no stream, I'll still be doing it all on Discord. So, yeah, that's about it. So thank you guys for tuning in, and I will see you tomorrow. Later.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's not
Where
mine.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.